Order at 7 p.m. As we begin, I just want to introduce Satanique Karapetyan at the end of the table. She's going to be our note taker for as many meetings as we can have her. She does a terrific job, so I feel very fortunate that we have her at this meeting. I'd also like to give a big thanks to several people who have been instrumental in getting us this far. Marcia Osman and Joanna Han down in the town manager's office, Marilyn Proveno, and Gideon. It's been quite a lot to try to scramble to get pieces in place. A new committee has not been started in town for a while. So I'd like to begin with the review and approval of minutes, and I understand there's several concerns that people have. Go ahead.
I thought we straightened it out, but I was going to make a motion that we approve the minutes from February 21st, March 20th, April 18th, and the minutes of April 8th would be including the revisions that Jonathan Bakian submitted. Is that correct? Is there a discussion about that?
Well, apparently there's several discussions I've been informed about.
Want to take that one meeting out and we'll approve the others?
Can we go in order, Alan, because Jason also
Oh,
mentioned
okay.
that he had a concern. So let's take it step by step.
All right, I'll go back to the first one. I'd like to make a motion to approve the minutes of the February 21st, 2019 meeting.
Second the motion.
All in favor?
Aye.
That's that one. I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes of the Wednesday, March 20th, 2019 meeting.
Second.
Aye.
Elodia, all in favor?
All in favor, excuse me. Paul.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the minutes of the Wednesday, April 18th, 2019 minutes.
Second the motion.
I have a comment I'd like to make about those. This happened to be a meeting that I wasn't able to attend. Having basically explained it long beforehand that I was going to be on vacation. My issue is actually with the wording of the third sentence in the, under call to order, basically the sentence that reads, discussion included several members expressing support for the delay of a decision until all members could be present, and other members feeling that it was time to get started, that everyone knew of the meeting date and should be available. So the only point I'd like to make is that I take issue with the wording of the sentence unless the sentence was an accurate representation of the wording that was used, in which case I actually take issue with the statement itself, in that it insinuates that the people who weren't there, essentially Mark and myself, were, the wording knew of the meeting and should have been available. I knew of the meeting. I respectfully would say that this makes it sound like I was blowing off the meeting or didn't make an effort to attend the meeting, where in fact I had alerted everyone long ahead of time I wasn't going to be there. So this is not an issue about the vote itself, it's just the sort of representation that those of us who weren't here were somewhat remiss in not being here. And I just want the record to reflect that this was not, I have kids in school, it's school vacation week, that's why I wasn't there.
He's making a motion to amend it.
Are you making a motion then to amend these minutes, Jason? And do you have something that you'd like to insert instead of that?
I probably should. I don't know if I could sort of come up with something quickly and we could circle back to it. I suppose I should have been prepared with actually what I'd like to replace it with. But I'm not sure if this is actually what was said, then I can't really amend it if that's what was said. So I guess
It
I'm not
was
making-
said
yeah.
because I said it, and I'll own that, because I forgot that you were on vacation, in all honesty. And I did not realize that Mark was going to be absent, because there was a whole lot of confusion going on about changing meetings. And at the first meeting when we were sworn in, we had all agreed to the third Thursday. And later on, I do recall that you said at that meeting that you would be on vacation. So that's what I remember, but it was kind of a crazy meeting. So I'm just trying to say how we could amend this that you would feel comfortable, and Mark as well, but.
Look, it may not be necessary to amend it. I don't think it's
I have a
worth it.
suggestion. There's two options. One is they both clearly communicated that they weren't available. I also wasn't available that day, so I wasn't there, but you could just, the intent there is in other members feeling that it was time to get started. And you could just cross that part out, because it is, because there was notice, it was very purposeful, but it
Okay.
wasn't discussed. I assume it was not discussed at the meeting.
Would that be comfortable for you?
That would be acceptable to me. I just wanted to strike
Can I make a
anything
suggestion?
that sort of insinuated that.
Why don't we
I'm fine
make a
with that.
motion to the effect that two members had forewarned the committee of their absence on that particular day if a meeting was held, and therefore the committee knew.
Well, why can't we just end it, Dennis, right here? That's Gideon's suggestion.
Okay.
Is that okay?
Just to strike the words that say that everyone knew of the meeting date and should be available. That would be acceptable to me, yeah.
I'll second the motion.
So we're going to strike the wording that everyone knew of the meeting date and should be available.
Correct.
Other than that, we're okay?
We're okay to move
Okay,
forward?
so I make a motion that we approve the Wednesday, April 18th, 2019 minutes with the exclusion that we just voted on. Correct?
Second the motion.
Correct. And you know that I'm all new to this, folks. We did have the April 8th minutes, and Jonathan wrote in some comments about things that he thought should be changed. I am not sure how to handle this, whether we want to discuss it or we want to defer these minutes to when he comes back.
Did we
Madam
approve the
Chair.
changes on April 18th? I didn't hear that. Dennis seconded it.
He did second it.
All in favor?
All in favor, sorry.
Aye.
Okay, that covers that one.
Okay.
Now we're down to April 8th. So do we, all right, I'll start it off. I make a motion that we approve the minutes of the Monday, April 8th, 2019 meeting with revisions submitted by Jonathan Bockian this evening. That'll get it started.
Email, yeah. I second.
Okay,
Will there any edits by anybody?
they're just the edits that Jonathan submitted. Would you like me to read them? Has everybody read them?
I didn't see them till just now.
Should
We all just go.
should we make a motion to defer?
Oh, we can table this one if you
Jonathan
want.
can At least speak what he wrote, and I just think it's fair to him to let him.
Okay, I see a nod coming from the audience, so why don't we defer those minutes until he is back?
Just to clarify, his first comment, I'll just summarize, because his first comment is just putting in much more specific language about the adoption of the budget. So I gave that language to Tom just now, Tom Tracy. But I think that the minutes suggested that you adopted it with the required pieces that didn't talk about the specific language and using the words budgeted to reserve, et cetera. It was, you made two motions. One motion was this, the next was that. So the minutes now are much briefer, and this has a much more detailed language for that actual decision. And it is appropriate, but it's not something that you need to discuss. It's just a clarification. So if you want the more detailed language, that's what he's submitted.
Tom, can I ask if you have any comments on that?
I too just got email and reading it. I don't necessarily have a problem with Jonathan. I actually do like some of the language that Jonathan is suggesting. My only comment would be is I'm wondering if next to the, I'm wondering if we should even expand it a little bit further, that next to the 10%, we should put what that dollar amount equates to, next to the 65%, we should include the dollar amount, and 5%, we'll put it like in parentheses, 5%, whatever that calculation is.
That is in the minutes.
So in the minutes, it actually has your spreadsheet right below it. So it's referencing. So the way it's written today is basically says, which is I think what you actually, pretty closely what you said, the meeting was, there's a budget of $2 million, with 10% in each of the three required categories, vote, please, zero. And his language is getting into the specifics of it with the transfers, et cetera, which I think is perfectly fine to put in the.
The dollar amounts are actually in the second page of the spreadsheet where whereas below it says reserves, for the 20 bump would be 248.40, and then the 124.07 for 5%, and then the 65% would make it 612.910. So what I would suggest, I do like his language. I would suggest that maybe after the percentages, we put the dollar amounts as indicated in the second page of the spreadsheet. And if I'm confusing people, people would have an opportunity to maybe just quickly edit that, but I think maybe that should be tabled to the next one.
Or if you feel comfortable, he can provide the numbers, the updated language, and we'll incorporate it into the approved minutes.
Could you do that, Tom?
Yeah, and so right after, so let me do it right now. After where his suggestion of appropriate 5%, after 5%, I would put in parentheses, $124,070. We're talking about the 20 budget.
Yep.
And then he puts the word transfer, and then he puts the following funds, and he's got 3 10%. After those 3 10%, I would suggest that we put in parentheses $248,140 for each of those 3 things. And then with the 65%, budget reserve is, after the 65%, I would put in parentheses $1,612,910.
Okay.
No pennies?
And then in the,
$248,140
he says similar wording for the vote for 19,
That's the 5% there.
but without the transfer of administrative funds. And if you look at that spreadsheet on the second page of the spreadsheet down at the bottom where it says reserves, those corresponding amounts. And I would suggest that you do that. So maybe accept the minutes as that were presented for April 8th and as amended for discussion that just took place.
As amended, I'm sorry, I missed what you said, Tom.
As amended per the discussion that just took place.
And break it out both for 2019 and for 2020.
And we'll verify that language with Tom before we
What?
insert it into the final.
I don't have a problem. Do you have a problem?
I'll make that motion. Or do we?
So first, let's discuss this other item, which is more of a philosophy of minutes. He suggested that during the discussion that there was, that instead of recreating the highlights of a discussion, to just say that there was a discussion, keep it simpler. And this was during the motions for the chair. And then in the end, it ended up being a tie vote, and then we moved on. So there were some descriptions, but it was not the whole discussion. So he was suggesting keeping it simpler and not having as much in the minutes.
I personally believe that we do need to have discussion in our minutes because this is, pardon me?
Oh, no, I was just giving you the summary, so.
I understand that, but we're discussing this. I believe that, given that we are a newly formed committee, getting off the ground, it's the people's purse, a lot of people are not going to watch the videos, they're going to go to the minutes, and I think we owe the community some real information about what goes on in our meetings, but I'd like to hear from everybody else. I've seen Satanik's minutes. She does a really terrific job of giving really great information about what occurred and discussion, and I think that's important, but, I'd like to hear what other people think.
Personally, I think minutes can get quite verbose, and they really do need to be concise. So in the instance he's discussing here about the conclusion of the discussion is completely there in that sentence, and that's what happened. And so really, it should be a discussion and then what was concluded. And in this case, nothing was concluded about the roles of the chair. So it's all relevant right there, but sometimes there may be instances where more elaboration is necessary, depending on how contentious the topic is.
Other thoughts, people?
Yeah, I would agree with what, excuse me, with what Maria said. I think, the more verbose we are, the more open to misinterpretations or misrepresentations or whatnot. So unless it's really critical that all the nuances of a conversation be captured, I would just assume summarize it and point out the conclusion and be done with it.
Well, I have a suggestion to make, and that is Satanique does kind of a more summarized statement, and then she does a more detailed statement. Why don't, for our first minutes, why don't we see a sample of each to let everybody kind of look at that, to see if they prefer one style or the other, or maybe there'll be a style in between, because we're all trying to sort this out, and she's trying to sort us out, and that would be a way that we could talk about this, of what's the most comfortable style. Is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
So,
I'd just like to say personally that I think the less detailed, the more misinterpretation you get. People start reading things in and reading between the lines, so but I can go along with the chair suggestion.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Can we just go down the line and everybody introduce
you know,
who
I
they
made
are?
a mistake,
No idea who you guys
because we're
are.
still on minutes. We're going to do that after this. I wanted to flip it,
Okay.
but we're going to do that
I'm trying to
Satanique.
capture who's saying what, but I
Sure.
don't know who anybody is besides Elodia, Alan, and Maria.
Okay.
That's just general
Nice to meet
minutes.
you.
Can we just finish the minutes and then
Yeah,
we'll do
sorry.
that? Okay.
Yep, sorry.
So for these minutes, would you just like to add Jonathan's discussion here and amend that and leave it at that? And we will discuss future minutes after we see a sample of Satanique's work.
So it's Jonathan's discussion plus the added dollar amounts.
The added dollar amounts, yes. I need a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, a vote. Do I need a vote on this?
Did you
No.
say all in favor?
Yes, I see, yes, we need a vote.
All in favor?
All in favor?
All in favor again. I'm gonna get a tattoo, all in favor. Okay, great, thank you. Sign, you put a sign on the table. So, let's go down the line and do this introduction, and when we get to Jason and Mark, would you give us your 5-minute introduction? Because we did that the last time around, and in case we have excited viewers at home, they know a little bit about you. So, Maria Rose, why don't you start?
I'm just saying my name,
Just
right?
your name and who you represent, that would be great.
So Maria Rose, I'm the Conservation Commission's designee.
Alan Gallagher from the Watertown Housing Authority.
Susan Steele, I'm with the Historical Commission.
Dennis J. Duff, manager's appointment.
Elodia Thomas, I'm the manager's appointment and the chair of the committee.
Bob Tirico, representing the parks.
So Jason Cohen, designee from the planning board.
No, your mic, and you're telling us a little bit about you.
Right. I'd like to, I was actually just trying to find the email where I sent you my bio, because I'd rather just do it from that if
Oh.
possible, rather than ad-libbing it.
Maria
want me
has
to
that.
just-
It was
Yeah.
great, too.
Here,
I
you
liked
guys
it.
can just take one and pass it down, but I tweaked it a tiny bit.
That's fine. Okay.
Yours was easy, some were hard.
And did
some
you give a
people-
copy to Satanique as well? Thank you. Needs a cheat sheet.
Thank you. Yeah, I can't remember everything I wrote, if it was so brilliant. Okay, so, as I said, I am the planning board designee on the CPC and previously served a 3-year term on the zoning board of appeals. I'm an architect practicing in Boston, specializing in multifamily residential, retail, academic, and historic preservation. I have 2 daughters, both in Watertown Public Schools. I'll ad-lib a little bit and say one is in the middle school and one's at the Hosmer School. I'm originally from Montreal. I've lived in Watertown since 2001 and have enjoyed dual citizenship, Canadian and US, since 2017. That is it.
Terrific, thank
Thank
you,
you.
Jason. Mark, it's you now.
I'm surprised, because I did send something in. Did somebody not receive it?
I'm terribly sorry, I could not locate it. I searched all of my inbox, and, did you send it to me?
I think so.
Okay, it's been a little nutty, so I will
Okay.
search again, but I
In any
searched,
case, never mind. I'm Mark.
ad-libbed last
Okay.
month. We all
I'm
just
Mark
sort of ad-libbed.
Miskevich. I've lived in Watertown some 29 years. I spent most of my career with the USAID, the U.S. government agency that provides foreign aid to developing countries. And in that capacity, I analyzed countries' development needs, developed strategic plans to meet those needs, developed scopes of work to provide assistance, reviewed responses to proposals, and helped to implement those projects. I also spent several years with the Executive Office of Environmental Affairs in Massachusetts, helping the state develop its coastal zone management plan. I should add that I am now on the advisory board of the Charles River Conservancy. Prior to that, I was also a full member of the board of that organization. I live in a home which is protected under Watertown's historic landmark ordinance and was the first property to be so protected. I'm delighted to be a part of this board.
Thank you, Mark. Well, we've slid into informational updates with the bio page that Maria was kind enough to put together, and I know that some people came dressed for a group photo, but that's not occurring today. Leo Martin has offered to take a group photo. I believe this was Maria's idea at our last meeting. Newton has a group photo. And so I just put this on the agenda as saying, is everybody interested in doing that, to put this on the website? And if so, there are several spots that have been suggested, and we would need to set a date that everybody is available so that Leo is out of town presently, but we'd set a date, could be an afternoon, could be a weekend. Some people have suggested the Commander's Mansion, somebody suggested Town Hall steps, somebody suggested a park. So if you'd like to do this, we just need to have a location, and I can sort out some dates. We can do a doodle and find out when we're, yeah.
I'm glad we're postponing it, because I felt bad that Jonathan wasn't here.
We would never do a photo without everybody being present, so this is just point of discussion. So group photo, are you interested?
I'm in.
I am.
Okay, so everyone is in. I'll send out something for a date and a time. And does anybody have a suggestion they'd like to make for the location?
All those locations sound great. I mean, if it wasn't summertime, I wouldn't say outside, but it's, well, spring is almost here, I should say. So I think we could do any of those spots.
Okay,
Steps of Town Hall?
it's kind of, I don't know. Well, we'll think, I'll put some things in when I do the doodle thing.
They need to get rebuilt first?
Pardon me? Okay,
I like that idea, but whatever.
okay, we'll figure out a
Steps of the
location.
Town Hall sounds good. Or in here. I don't know what, and I would converse with Leo to see what he might suggest.
I'll converse with Leo and ask him, he's good at creative ideas. The next thing, we do have something up on the website, thanks to Gideon, of getting some basic information that we may tweak. I have no idea whether we've gotten emails yet. I know you've been working hard on that, Gideon. No? Okay, thank you.
Oh, but one thing on the emails, I'm working with Joe Mahoney, the Director of IT for the town, and I know some of you wanted to have your, so basically get a town email that you can get passed through to your other email that we have designated. So you all want your email passed through, so if you still are just getting it in your other email, or do you want to have to log in and check your
I
town email?
want mine passed through.
So can you provide that to me or to the manager's office on what your preference is or which email you'd like to get passed through to? So that it can all be done in one step. So basically, and if you do have it go to your personal email as well, if it basically gets passed through, if you respond to anything or anybody, you should always include that town email, and there's some protocols. So like some of the town councilors have a email of the town, but they oftentimes will respond and it ends up responding from their personal email. But because they're CCing their work email, it is all going onto the town's records and server, so that you're not opening yourself up to issues of the personal email versus public. So if you understand that, basically I'm asking, the email that we have on record for you, which is the emails that you've been receiving everything from, Bob, you're good. But the rest of you, do you want the email to be tied to your personal email that we have right now? Or do you want to have a separate email? Do you all want it to be passed through? Because then I want this to be a separate email that you check.
I would prefer it that way, yes.
I would as well.
Me too.
Me too.
So let's see. Susan,
That way, when I go to the separate email, it's business and everything else is kind of personal. It separates it.
And
you'll
it
see
would
when
be
you-
a separate login, like, given that I work for another municipality, would it get complicated?
It's,
Oh.
I have to do mine online and
Believe
it's
Vinny has a point of information for us.
hard to, so you use
Uh,
the phone, but-
There's a web app that you can use on your computer, just go
Vinny,
to,
could you bring up the mic?
you
I'm
go to,
sorry.
there's a web app, you go to a URL, it brings up the Outlook for town email, you use, and anything you send from that comes from the town. It actually is a web app that is directly linked to the town Outlook account. So that's what I use. And you open it like you open like Gmail or something. It's just you open it in a web browser. So you can do it from any computer anywhere in the world.
Okay.
Even if you're traveling overseas, you can just log in and do
Is
it.
there an info sheet available on that, Vinny, anywhere?
It is, once you have your email address, it'll like,
Be self-evident?
it'll be self-evident. I forgot what the URL is, but
That's what it looks like. On a phone, it's very hard to use. You have to.
Is it-
I switched over to.
so I don't use it on my phone. I just use it on my laptop because it's just.
But it worked. It's
But
fine.
you could- but it's really simple, and that way, everything, so you're not sending
Microsoft Outlook online.
government public records from your personal email, and it just, in my mind, it just keeps it cleaner that way, so.
You don't have the pass-through?
I do, so I can get it, I can get town emails on my phone, and it gets pushed to Gmail.
Do you?
But I just use that for reading them, not for responding.
Is it iPad compatible?
Yeah,
Vinny?
it's just
It is.
it's just a webmail. It's
Okay.
just Outlook's webmail.
Yeah.
So
It works just like Gmail does, so, it's just, or Yahoo Mail, or any of those other things. It's a web app. So
So-
it's
totally different.
super simple.
All right, so can everybody, is everybody in agreement that they just are going to stick with the town email so that Gideon knows what everybody wants to do?
I just wrote down Susan, Alodia, Jason, and Mark all just want that.
I'm on the fence. I need to think about it. Can I
It's
get back
not-
to you?
It can do both, and you can still log in. You can have it, you can also set it up on your own account to just filter and go to a spot, and you never even use it on your own account. So you could all have it go to your personal account, and it just gets, it's just like, that could be your incoming, and you can set up the filter, so. So if, I will just set up the accounts, and it will not pass through then, initially, just so we can
Initially,
get it
correct.
started.
Okay, thank you, Gideon.
But I needed guidance because it is,
Council.
I- one round is easier than going back to get that second round, so.
Excuse me, Gideon. Lisa, you have a question? Comment? Whatever.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Lisa Feltner. Just a quick mention, even recently this year in January at MMA, there was a lot of discussion around this and electronic technology, boards, commissions, elected officials, and I would just encourage everyone, for the sake of simplicity, so that you don't subject your own personal or work emails to public record laws, open meeting law, to just consistently use a town-assigned email. And you can manipulate how that works, but it's best to keep it separate, is what we were told.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay. Excuse
Before
me,
you
Marie.
keep jotting, could I comment on the bio page that I handed out?
Do you want to comment on it, you said, or you want comments on it?
I just want to explain.
Sure.
So thank you for everyone that submitted information. I tried to keep it succinct, like the example I gave, and just under like 100 words, preferably even under 90 words. So I did a word count for every bio, and then I kept chiseling it down till I could get it to a certain amount of words. If there's something that you feel I didn't credit you fully for, that you really feel passionate about, let me know. We can, rework it. But a couple of them I'd like to even get more succinct. But this is a good start. So maybe next year we can get them more succinct. But if anybody has any parts that they are like, I could shave that off, let me know, and we'll, yeah, there you go.
Okay, and Mark, you'll,
I've done it, but I apparently never sent it, I see.
okay.
Okay, so I feel better now, because I
No,
looked
you don't feel
everywhere,
badly.
everywhere.
I
In my
see.
junk folder, I couldn't find it at all. Okay,
Yeah.
good.
No, it's-
So when you send it, and then I'm just gonna add the logo.
Oh, no, I do
for-
see it, Susan S., let's see. well, I don't know. ssteele@gmail.com?
I'm Maria Rose.
Ah, okay, that's my problem. I'm
Send it to
confused
Susan.
who I was to send it to.
Okay. All right.
Okay. That's
Well, we're finding our way. We are
Okay.
barely
All
crawling
right.
as a committee, but that's okay.
Can I get a clarification on the bios? Are you envisioning these incorporated into the website, or as a link that you click and it's like member details and it's a single page?
Up to you, but that's how Newton did it.
Is
and
it a
that's
page like this
Yeah, you
with
just
the
like,
picture on it?
here's the committee members, and there was a link, and then it
Okay.
took you to this, but
That's the easier, but then when new members come, that document just gets updated and replaced.
that's
which
why I
is
put a
easy.
date, 2019. The other question I was gonna add, but I don't know if it's really relevant to the group, was that I didn't put in the terms. But our first year is kind of, because we're all staggered, just so that we don't all exit at the same time.
I suggest not putting it on this because the actual webpage has the terms
Has
on
the
it already.
terms.
Okay,
And so that gets
Perfect.
updated.
good.
When terms are updated, we'll update the website.
Okay, great. That was all my comments. Thank you for the few minutes.
Okay, I just want to say that if anybody wants to change anything, we should have a date that they get back to you by, so that you can then forward this to Gideon, because Mark needs to incorporate his information to the list.
Okay, thank you, Mark.
Okay, so can we pick a date that we would select then for that? Does everybody want to? Next Friday, not this Friday, a week from tomorrow?
Yeah.
Is that okay
Yeah,
with
that's
everyone? This is the quietest group I've ever dealt with. Okay, so we would get, if there are any changes to be made, they'll be sent to Maria by the 24th. That way she can tweak it, and then she can get it to Gideon.
Sounds good.
Thank you, Maria.
You're welcome.
Okay, has everybody, the next big concern, has everybody gotten their open meeting law signature sheet into the
So-
town clerk's office?
I just want to clarify that it's not the board, it's not the committee's job to make sure that individuals have, but they have been submitting them to me. So if you haven't, please make sure that you're interacting with either the town clerk, John Flynn, or with me. I have gotten a series of emails from you, which I then make sure that the clerk has on the system.
Well, I know the clerk hasn't gotten everybody's, both for the open meeting law and the conflict of interest, and it's supposed to be in by a certain date, so.
I'm just saying that though, each individual special employee of the town that's their thing to do with the town, and we don't need to call it out.
I'm doing the reminder.
So I appreciate the reminder, and I just wanted to make sure I'm taking them in, or if you wanted to go directly to the clerk. I think Mark sent it directly to John Flynn and me, which is even better for me, because then I know it's getting there. Here's one that will probably end up on my desk, and then I'll bring it downstairs. So
Now, I don't know if I'd like, okay, excuse me, go ahead, Maria.
No, go ahead. All right. I just want to know, I've already done that and submitted it for the Conservation Commission. Do I need to also submit it for this?
no, you're already
Okay.
a special employee of the town.
Every 2 years.
It's every 2 years, according to the information that I
No,
sent.
I know, but I submitted it to Susan Jenness, who
Oh.
is already, because I'm on a different commission as well.
Jason.
Am I good?
Also the same situation. You're with the planning board, so you're doing.
I can tear this up?
No, it's not, it's fine to have more. You did it again.
It's older than 2 years, no. I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, as you know, I'm feeling my way through this, but I did want to acknowledge all the work that Susan Steele has done in putting these kind of informational workbooks together for us. Susan, is this okay? Yeah, okay, well, I'm new to this stuff, I'm used to business meetings, so just forgive me. If you'd just like to talk for a few minutes about what you did, Susan, because you did a terrific job.
I wanted to make sure that, but I thought it was important, thank you, I always forget that. I thought it was important to ground ourselves in the work that was done in the 2025 master plan, because a lot of the things that we will be working on are things that have been talked about a lot, and I wanted to make sure that we didn't kind of forget to familiarize ourselves with some of the issues and some of the reports that were produced during that comprehensive plan. So this isn't they aren't the full documents, they're the summary documents, and where there were diagrams or lists that I thought might be useful, I included those for historic preservation, open space and recreation, community housing, and then at the very end, I've collected information on 2 consultants that we might at some point consider talking to as we move into getting geared up. And then finally, there are more and extra tabs for anything else you'd like to add.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you very much, Susan. I appreciate it.
I needed it for myself.
I would have done it myself too, but it's good to have a head start. Thank
And
you.
we're all kind of in the same location, and we all know what we're flipping to. So that was really wonderful, and Marcia did great, and great assistance in
really
helping with
did.
all that. So now, my friends, as you know, Susan and I got together in terms of kind of talking about vision and mission in the town and all that, and it kind of grew into some discussions that we had with other people in town or asking questions of our fellow residents, and slowly it evolved into kind of a letter to the community. I wrote an initial letter. I got a copy back from John Bachyan. He made edits. Mark, did you have copies for everybody of your letter?
I did. Let me just make sure I got,
He handed it.
yeah.
Okay,
here's one
so
there.
everybody has it, okay. Dennis made some edits and changed the letter. Mark made some edits and changed the letter. In reading through them very quickly, I very much like Mark's letter, because he added some stuff that I didn't think about. But it's kind of speaking to our community of what we're about and what our challenge is. And I know that you all haven't had an opportunity probably to read each letter, so how would you like to handle this? Mark?
May I make a suggestion that we actually move to the next agenda item? Because I think how we decide some of those things, whether we're hiring a consultant to do a plan for us or not doing so, will determine a little bit about what we put in the letter, at least that's my view.
Okay, that's one. Anybody else have a comment on it?
I don't have Mark's comment, so I'd
Oh,
love to
okay.
have time to digest both of them, and I just got Jonathan, so I'd love time to review both.
Is this?
I'm happy to switch it. I don't think this would impact the letter, but I'm happy to switch and go on to the next topic, and we can figure out whether it will do anything. I have been calling all over to try to get some information about what we can do and can't do. And Tom, I'm hoping that you will chip in here with any comments that you have. I had a conversation with Raylene Bandini today. She's our purchasing agent, of trying to understand the differences between requests for proposals, requests for qualifications, et cetera, and staffing. And Tom is going to correct me if I'm wrong. As I understand it from Raylene, a request for proposal or a request for qualifications cannot be used if you are spending under $50,000 per year. The state law changed in 2016. Please say yes, Tom. Okay, correct, okay. And this, it's been fascinating to watch the building committee go through this process, but they're spending $170 million, so it's a little bit different. So,
How I would word what you just said, that if it's over $50,000, you have to use.
you have to use.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was confused too. I'm glad you clarified that. So under 50,000, you do not have to use the RFQ.
No,
You can't use.
you can't use an RFP.
You can't use an RFP or an RFQ if it's going to be less than 50,000.
You have to be spending $50,000 or more to use an RFP or RFQ. That's
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes, and I'm not the expert. These are my notes from today.
Maybe Tom knows, or somebody
Yes.
who is just familiar with this law.
Jason, would you bring your mic up so
Sure,
people
sorry,
can,
yep.
thank you.
So, I mean, unless we're talking about standard definitions of RFP and RFQ as defined in some kind of manual, I think one way or another, it's going to be, whether we officially call it one or not, a request for proposals or request for qualifications. So what's I don't really understand that law.
The difference between an I think what you're asking is, maybe I don't think, but are you asking what's the difference between an RFP and an RFQ?
No, I'm just wondering how you say that something is not an RFP or an RFQ. I mean,
So if you want consulting services to do what you want to do and it's under $50,000, I guess I don't know what the term is because
I do an invitation for bid.
Yes, I was
Oh.
going to get to step 2.
oh, sorry, okay.
Okay,
But you could still use the
So-
descriptions.
so
So
the,
what you, if I may.
sure.
If it's over $50,000, you believe the consulting services that you're looking to procure is going to be over $50,000, you have an RFP option or an RFQ option.
Right.
If it's going to be below $50,000, you do an IFB.
Which is an invitation for bid.
I see.
Invitation for bid. The main difference between the three, invitation for bid, you have to go with the low bidder.
Correct.
Oh,
Okay?
okay.
Now,
I see.
you can, as far as the IFB, write very strict qualification requirements, but you're still going to have to go to the low bidder.
Okay.
Request for proposal is you can set selection criteria that is other than financial. Financial action should not be even submitted and open
Right.
until you've reviewed all the proposals and evaluate them on the selective
Like the merit.
criteria that you established in the RFP. And then at some point in time, when you get to a point that you've narrowed down the proposals, you can then go to the bid document and open up the bid document.
Right.
A request for qualification, an RFQ, is you don't even ask for prices.
Right.
You go through you go through the process, you get all the proposals in, you review for the qualifications, you rank them based upon the selective criteria that's in the RFQ. You come to a winner, so to speak, and then you negotiate with them. So those are the difference of an IFB, RFP, and RFQ.
Okay.
So
Thanks.
from what I gathered from this, Tom, my conversation with Raylene, and she said it's very difficult for purchasing agencies because they like the RFPs and the RFQs, so it's a big change, that we would be falling into this IFB category for the services if we're going to hire a consultant to develop our plan. And so we'd have to come up.
You're assuming that's going to be less than $50,000 then?
Yes, I am. I've been told, one person, Dennis and I were at a housing conference last Friday. Figures went from 10 to 15. I had another conversation with someone today that said no more than, they didn't think it'd be more than 20. It depends, again, on the scope that we define of what we want this person to do. Because, we're looking for a plan. Are we spreading out the scope to say we also, does that plan include a two-step application process? Does that plan include developing a basic website for us as a skill set? So this is where we really need to talk about what our expectations are for this plan. And then I have another part C coming up here, and that is, in the people that I've spoken with, and forgive me because I've had so many phone calls today and have more next week, the basic suggestion was that we would probably do well to hire a consultant to work with us on the plan And usually they get to a rough draft after they've gathered all this information, and we still have to talk about that process. And that's a good time to bring on a person who's going to continue to work with the committee, because we've now gotten our act together at this point, and now we're going to refine it until the final plan. So that was a suggestion that I got. Most people that would be consulting to do the big plan are going to go on to their next consulting project, and they're not going to be looking to stick with us necessarily as a part-time employee or consultant through the long run. Most of the people that I've talked to so far in communities are working 20 hours a week for the town with benefits. So that's what I've got to date. So do people have questions, or I don't know if you've all had an opportunity to look through some of the handouts that were sent out about RFPs, and there was a job description included. There are also some on the coalition website, but
And you have hard copies that I just handed out tonight as well, so if you wanted to talk through some of those categories.
I think we're facing several choices, and one is whether we want to do a large, full plan or a meat and bones plan, as was suggested by some of the documents that were previously sent out. And I suspect it would be faster to do a meat and bones plan, and that would not necessarily require hiring a consulting firm to do a plan for us, but to pull together from the existing documents a framework and maybe a summary of those documents, and then work on application process. And for that, we might need some part-time help rather than a consulting firm to develop a plan.
I guess the question I have is, how much public involvement do we want to have as we build our plan, to bring the community into our thinking, get them excited about that, so that the process of doing a plan, it serves two purposes. And that, of course, means that it's more drawn out, but the upside of it, hopefully, would be that the community gets behind us and understands kind of what we're up to, what the process generally is like, and what they can expect.
I will add, thank you, Mark, I was the one that called it meat and bones, because I had sent those different examples before the last meeting, and I was struck that Somerville had a 4-page, only a few pages. The community that I work for my job was also very short, and I had given at the last meeting the reasons for that, and I thought it was very striking that, that it was nice to have a big fluffy document, but they really never referred to it. And the fact that we have these voluminous documents that did have quite a bit of time, effort, and energy put into them, seems like we should reference these as part of, and use the model of, well, if your project meets like two, criteria listed in one or more of these plans, the community comprehensive plan, the housing plan, the open space and open space plan that the Conservation Commission did and needs updating, that would be helpful. And another reason to do the meat and bones is that we're a bit delayed, I feel like, which is no fault of our own, but, the money's been collecting in the coffers for a bit, and I feel like working in government, I know how long it takes to go through the process of, especially if Tom is saying it has to be invitation for bid. I don't want to complicate things, but we don't do it that way in Newton for that dollar figure. We actually don't do, but I don't know. We don't for consulting services, but we could be doing it wrong. But for consulting services, we more often go to RFP process, especially at the lower amount. But we could be doing something different.
you can't do that. I've checked, and some towns are doing it incorrectly. I'm just saying it, Maria.
Yeah, no, that's fine. The rules are the rules here, but that's fine. 50,000, you go to invitation for bid. My point is that process is lengthy, because you now have to involve the procurement office, you have to go through a lot more protocols, then it's dealing with a committee, whatever that consulting firm is, that process of interacting with a 9-member committee and the public. By the time we have a plan, it could be a year from now. So I strongly suggest that we could still do one, but that to start off, a meat and bones one should be weighed by this committee. I just suggest that we all consider it, given that I've heard remarks, Stephen, from you, or from the chair, that, we hope to maybe by February of next year be able to accept applications. And so if that's the goal, for actual projects, then we might want to consider more meat and bones, but maybe consider hiring, to Susan's point, a consultant to help us get the word out, to engage the community, in other ways, like hire a very specific marketing company, company that can help us to get the word out. But I think they're going to be knocking on the doors, to be honest.
My concern is that Newton, who's had the CPA for a very long time, started out with a big plan. They did a
30
good overall survey. And the point of having that strong plan is that you've really tapped into all the resources of your town. You are going to various committees, various constituency groups all over town, and you're taking into account some of the documents. If you really look at some of our documents, they are dated, they are old. This is a concern, because are we then using CPA monies to update other documents, such as the housing production plan? If you look at that big plan that goes back to 2014, and the numbers there go back even later, it's totally out of date in terms of rental issues and all that. When you see this, how do you call it, meat bone plan, whatever you called it, that's for companies that have, communities that have been doing this a long time, and it's more of an updated plan that they base on what their foundational plan was. And so I don't think we...
Somerville was newer in the mix.
Pardon me?
I thought Somerville was not that old, that they were newer community to the CPA.
Somerville has had the CPA for quite some time.
No, I think Somerville's starting a pilot project, which is also a very meat and bones thing. I think their plan or application process is just several pages long, and that's it. With some criteria.
So I do want to speak to this, like, big picture planning, detailed planning, plan documents that get older and are not maybe as relevant. Part of what's interesting about what this committee is doing is actually working on specific implementation of specific projects, which planning processes don't always identify and won't. So when people are coming up with ideas, you're not going to know what they are necessarily, but you can apply and do analysis, or you can have staff who's working for you look at it and look at the relevant data now for that. And so I guess the question is, big picture goals or ideas or visions that you have in your existing plans, do they set the stage enough for the categories that you're looking at? And then is this action plan that you're looking at, I think of it as an action plan, does it provide the criteria for you to help make the decisions for recommendations for the projects that we don't know what they're going to, in the first year, you don't know what all the projects might come in. You might get 5, you might get 100 ideas coming into the CPC. So I guess the question to me is, this planning process of the CPC is different than our either active, slightly old, or expiring plans. And those plans will take, they can be expedited, they can take several months, or they can take, the comp plan took 3 years. It was supposed to be done in 1 year, and it got extended because of various aspects of the process. So the planning levels and the details, like we can do analysis, or you can look at things when you're reviewing projects, if that's the concern. It's just, I think it's something you need to think about, but it's like historic preservation, for instance. I looked at Susan Steele. I think about all the things that the community could use, but is it going to matter for making your job easier for looking at historic preservation projects. These are specific projects for preserving a document or preserving a specific house or a specific resource within the community or within the town, so.
I'd like to go back, though, to what Susan said, though, Gideon, and that is part of hiring a consultant is getting really fresh eyes on this community, of things that matter to this community. We are undergoing extreme changes in this town with development issues, and this is money that people voted to tax themselves for to make these improvements in the community. And I agree with Susan on this needs effort to get out into the community and talk to people, aside from just boards and aside from just the planning department. We have documents, fine, but I think having somebody who has done this in other communities, that knows what the pitfalls are, that can compare us to similar, how can I say this, revenue base to say this is what seems to work well in this community, is a great advantage.
I'm sorry if you thought that's what I was, I was just suggesting that your plan is not updating all the data in the background and all of the pieces of every other plan. It is the community, I mean, even the simplest, which you guys aren't using these as a good example, even the simplest one talks about 3 or 4 meetings throughout the process for updating the plan and getting something adopted through the committee. And I assume this looks like a 6-month process for this straightforward.
Only 6 months?
Expedite, it could be done in that quick of a time, but it's going to take time.
What have you seen done?
Even just a community process is going to take time. You're going to have multiple meetings. You could have them run, you could have 3 or 4 and go out to the community, but you're going to take some time on that. But I think that the key is that you should look at some of what other people have done and then figure out, it's like, if that's the direction, are you going down the consulting path or are you going down the staffing path? Sorry.
So, I have a question. Is the anticipation that the creation of our plan is going to involve multiple public meetings? Or is this something we are doing, the 9 of us plus a consultant?
No, that does involve multiple meetings. If you read the law, you're supposed to be meeting with all the commissions, any stakeholders in the community, as well as holding public meetings that the community is able to participate in.
So do we set the parameters of how, my question is more about, is this an open-ended process, or do we have the ability to say we really want to have a plan in place by X date, and therefore we anticipate X number of public meetings, just to sort of set a horizon by which we can have this plan? Because I feel like alternatively, we could go years without coming to one. And I've seen, organizations like this struggle with that. And I just want to find a way that we can do this in such a way that we have a horizon and we make our best effort to get it done in that time frame and not have it ever expanding.
Having read a lot of plans and also the handouts, for example, one of these, it was 6 months. This is the start date to start by such and such, to be completed by such and such date for the plan. And that plan would also include the process that we're going to use for applications. I don't know how, I have no idea how much people have read on websites or what you've read in terms of materials, but many towns have gone to a 2-step process for the application. One, to verify that you're qualified. Some towns say that you should try to qualify for 2 of the categories. Some towns say you should also bring more money to the party, that it just shouldn't be all CPA funding. These are the kinds of things that I think is critical to have a good consultant that has experience in setting this up for other communities to educate us at the same time we're getting this plan done. I think it's money well spent.
I mean, my point isn't pro or con a consultant. It's just about understanding the duration of the process.
Can I, do you mind if I I'll speak to, these are documents that Elodia put together and then I printed out for you. And I think the town of Hanson, which is one of the thinner ones here, is the bare bones requirements. And I just want to point you to, there's specific requirements you have to do for your process. And if you start thinking about how long that's going to take, they've outlined multiple meetings that will take at a minimum 4 months. Just in order, unless you have expedited meetings, if you have your meetings and your required meeting and required hearing, you're going to go through a process. And so I think this is a good example of the simplest, and it's still not necessarily simple, and it doesn't include all, there's a bullet that talks about the engaging stakeholders, and there's a lot of different ways to do that. But, so I thought, just to bring you guys back to, like, there's different levels of detail, and I think they get more complex as you look at these examples. There's Holyoke and Chelsea, and I think Chelsea is probably the most detailed of them, but if you just focus on Hanson at the first one, the required meetings, they say, we need to meet all the requirements of the chapter that you are under, which you have a copy of. You need to establish priorities for grants in the designated areas. I mean, so these are the basics of what you need this plan to do. You need to, through community participation, which it's not going to all of them necessarily, but reflects input from all these stakeholders. And some of you are actually members of these there's innovative ways to bring that back to them. All the entities, not the planning board yet, but the Conservation Commission and the Historical Commission now have a standing item on their agendas to provide reports back and discuss the CPC as well. So there's engagement. So anyways, there's this way to engage with the housing authority and all the housing partnership, which isn't necessarily an entity, but there's a lot of different ways. And then there's the consideration of all the plans that have already been put into work. And then they outline their required meetings. And so I was envisioning that you guys would start looking at these different pieces. And so there's Hanson's and there's these other ones. And so it kind of helps you figure out what you want. And there's minimums, and then there's all the other things. And there is consultants, and there's trying to go through the hiring of a staff person. But that's a different piece of it. There's the idea of, like, we all these things, and we know that we're not going to do it as volunteers. And you know that you don't have staff in
Right.
town hall that is available to dedicate to do this. We may be capable of doing it, but we wouldn't be able to carve out the time to do all these steps. So you have so like this Hanson one has an initial meeting with the CPC to talk about the general requirements of the CPP, so many different initials. A meeting with stakeholders in the public, so that's your public, their requirement is one public meeting, which is what Stuart had outlined, right? A meeting with the CPC to review the draft plan, so that's one more meeting. Then a hearing, which is actually the hearing where there's public comment. It's like testifying before you. And then a final meeting after that public hearing, there's amendments, and they would be looking at the final plan. So a consultant would come in and say, here's the final plan. That's the most expedited, I think, is what Hanson is saying. As far as, like, is there conversations in the middle? Is there other things going on? Yes, but this is your expedited thing, and it's going to be, I used to be in consulting, and this is at least 6 months. I mean, you could maybe get it done in 4, but you're really pushing it.
6 months is the average.
So that's and they say it here, like May 15th, let's see if I'm right, May to October.
6 months.
So just to Jason's point, and I know what the time frame is where I work, but, so you got 5 to 6 months for this. What is the standard time frame for Watertown staff to put together a proposal like this, submit the invitation for bid, go through that review process with us, because we'd have to weigh in on that? What would be your estimated time, and then award that, and then do the contract, and then give the notice to proceed? What's that month timeframe? Just so that we have the 6 months plus whatever this timeframe. I have a month in my head.
So if you have a solid scope of work worked out, I think that's the meat of the process, right? So if you are already done with that, are you assuming that that's?
No, I'm not assuming. I'm saying develop the proposal. We have a meeting that says what we want. Then we go through the invitation to bid process, or even just tell me what once we have our proposal together for this, What would it be? How many months after we're done our work?
Yeah, that's why I said, after you, because I have no clue how long it's going to take you guys. I
Right,
have
sorry.
an idea.
So we'll skip that part. Assume a month for us.
Yeah, honestly.
With my experience, I would say it's at least 2 to 3 months.
That's what I would think. And we're coming in on the end of a closing of a year, starting of a new year. There's always lots of stuff going on at the fiscal year change. So that's 9 months, just to keep that in.
I don't know where the rush is coming from. That's what I'm a little concerned about, Maria, because when both Mike Driscoll and Mark Sedaris spoke, it was, let's get it right, take your time. Nobody is pushing this, that it, we have to go through this big rush.
No,
And
Elodie, you're misunderstanding me. I am answering to Jason's question about having an earmark on the horizon of timing, and also because I have heard members of this committee speak as to when we might be prepared to actually accept applications. So it's useful in case members of the community ask us, when do you think you might be ready to be accepting applications? So it's to Jason's point about having a time horizon. I am not suggesting that this is too lengthy of a process.
Okay,
I'm
thank you. I
simply
misunderstood.
suggesting to understand that time frame, since I'm familiar with it and not everybody else may, be.
So basically, you just identified that no matter, if you had a scope of work worked out today, 9 months from today would be the earliest that you would actually have a plan in place to allow you to consider the next step.
Yes, and I also want to clarify, you brought up the point about the application process, and I do not believe that these consultants develop those application processes. That would be somebody that we would have a staff person help us with, those forms.
not necessarily, no.
Some of these
They
describe
do.
them
It
helping
is-
set it up.
Help, some of,
It
depends on our scope of work. Or we could just copy what other communities that we
Right,
like
but I'm just
do,
saying, it can
which-
be part of the process.
But we could also just not pay a consultant and
Correct.
use what's already out there and
Correct.
have a staff person help us to
Yeah.
do that within this, at the same time.
Correct.
So those two things could happen simultaneously. I just wanted people to understand it, and the other reason I brought up the shorter process is it struck me that when we were going through the training with the steward from the state CPC, that he mentioned only 2 communities that he was aware of that paid consultants to do a plan. So I thought that was striking to me.
It's not striking when you consider communities that have much more staff, are not as hard hit with the development issues that Watertown is hit with, has an active Chamber of Commerce, which Watertown does not have, has an active community in terms of a Visitors Bureau or center. So you have to look at what makes us
No,
different
that's
from other
true.
communities.
And we are very strapped with
We are very
the
strapped.
planning department staff
Correct.
right now.
And when you look at a town that has a big tourist trade, for example, like a Gloucester or Newburyport or New Bedford, those towns have all different layers of staff that they can pull from to get this done. They're small towns. We're not a town. We are a very active city right now. And I think we have to be cognizant of the staff, of what they have on their plates. We have to be cognizant of this committee. It's not as though people aren't working on this committee, people are. And so everybody I've talked to so far, I met Roberta Cameron, who is with one of the consulting companies in your book. Dennis and I spoke with her at this conference. She laid out things to us. I have an interview with Jennifer Goldson on Wednesday. She's the other consulting firm that's out there. She did Newton's original big plan, just so you know.
She was an employee of the
Yes.
town at the time? No.
Yes.
Oh,
She is now a
okay. But
consultant.
So she was a staff person, though, in Newton?
She
And
was-
Alice said it was only 30 pages, so it didn't sound like a big voluminous document.
And so there are other, and then the big issue is getting the bids, because and there, another person was mentioned to me who I haven't had time to contact yet, but I started talking to people in different towns, and the people that are doing the quote-unquote administration did not set up the plan. And you can't compare us to Somerville, because when you look at the staff that they have and the horsepower they can put behind something, it's a totally different ballgame. It truly is. So,
I'm not adverse to, I just want people to understand the timing, that's
Well,
all. I just want to make people aware that these things always go longer than they're
Yes, they're going to
expected.
take time.
People may complain that there's only one meeting with all the stakeholder
We
constituents.
can have 2 meetings.
They're, you know, so, and that's unfair. I remember that specifically with one plan for Arsenal Park. People were like, oh, it was in the summertime and there was only, you know, and they want multiple meetings, and that drug out quite a while.
In multiple meetings on Arsenal Park.
Yeah, but anyway,
I think we have a lot to think about, and I
no,
think
I'm
people
not
should
adverse
do
to it. I would suggest, I think it's a good idea, if I think about the fact that we don't have a staff person and how long it might take to get a staff person too, that it's fine to move forward with, if that's, you feel strongly about it, and if everybody does, we can move forward with a plan, but also maybe be in the next couple of meetings, be thinking about what do we want our staff person to
Correct.
do? And then that person can also be dovetailing whatever we're hiring a consultant to do.
Whatever, everybody that I've spoken to so far, which is about 5 people, have all talked about having kind of a quasi-parallel process. They suggest, given the resources that we have and what I explained, the consulting way would be the way to go, because we want the best information we can get. And as they get started, we're going to be more educated about what we're doing. We're all on kind of learning more. Some of us know more than others. And then we go in and add that staff person that would come on board that would continue with us down the line. One person said by the time you get your rough draft, that might be the time to have that staff person. We may just say, you know, let's bring on that person a little sooner, because it will take time. We know how we still have been looking
Yes.
for a conservation agent for over a year, 2 years, excuse me, sorry. So I'm all for that, but from everything I've heard and knowing the resources of the town, I really do feel that this consulting thing is really important to get it
May
right.
I? Butt in
Sorry,
here?
can't see you, Mark. Apologize.
I think we're sort of forgetting that this process, the community preservation process, is a bottoms-up process. People come in with proposals. And so that's a very democratic and participatory process. And so if you look at some of the plans and criteria that are developed for reviewing these things, they sometimes refer to plans, say, well, it has to be consistent with a plan, but frequently the criteria have nothing to do with the plan that's developed. So I'm really much more in favor of a meat and bones, a very slim sort of document, something that we might sort of summarize the existing plans as a framework, put some criteria together, and then go out to the public and see what they say. And let's get them to say what their suggestions are, what are their priorities, how do they view this process. That's a much more open process.
This is part of the process, though, Mark, to go into the community.
It is, exactly.
And educate the community.
But we don't need to go and get a consultant to develop a huge, big, fat plan for us to do that.
I think we can find a way to get a consultant and use that consultant effectively to do the space plan with the values we have for Watertown. And that is, we want public participation, we want public input, but we still have to adhere to the rules of how this money can be appropriated. And let me tell you, it's getting more complicated each year, what I've been reading so far from the Department of Revenue and what we heard at this conference. So I do think to have somebody with the expertise that knows about these things is critical.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I think we should hire a staff person fairly quickly. And someone who's got expertise in these matters.
Can I, if I
Sure.
can speak? So
Sure, Jason.
I think that we're kind of saying the same thing. I don't think anyone's disagreeing, if I'm understanding it correctly, with the need for a consultant. But, you know, the point that I raised, and I think Maria kind of seconded it, is that the consultant we've got to make sure that the consultant operates under a certain kind of framework that is not open-ended.
I agree.
And, you know, like, I don't know, I'm familiar with the comprehensive plan, admittedly more so than the other plans in the binder, but it's 3.5 years old? Is that about right?
Older,
2015 is when it was adopted.
Okay.
but it was
so-
done in 2014.
Okay, but I mean, I don't think, in that context, I don't think it's outdated per se. I don't think that the purview of the consultant should be to rewrite that document
I
in
don't
any
either.
way. I think it's, and again, I don't know about the other ones, maybe they are outdated enough that they need some review either by whoever would
The open
ultimately-
space plan needs to be updated. It's expired, so we have to.
Okay.
So it needs to be this year.
And the housing plan can be updated if you do anything with stats, which I do a lot, that you know, it's pulling from the American Community Survey stuff, and a consultant knows immediately which stats to grab to fill in these things,
Yep.
to know how we update these things or what we need to do. The other thing that I think is unique in talking with these consultants, I want to give an example of something that's creative. Medford has a small grant program. It's up to $10,000, $5,000 CPA money, $5,000 that the community has to raise, which is a very wonderful thing to activate the community of thinking about small projects in their town, and they do those grants on a rolling basis. So these are the kinds of things I think we should be talking about, the kind of two-step process that we want to talk about applications, but let our consultant get this groundwork, big shovel thing done for us and educate us at the same time of what creative things might be going on in other communities. I certainly don't have time to call 50 communities to get all these little scraps of information. I've been on the phone the entire week and will be on the phone the entire next week. So this is what a consultant brings to the table, creative ideas that other communities are doing, that they say, well, let me know about Watertown, what might apply here that would really appeal to you. This is what I think is the advantage.
So this agenda, I'm just trying to help us just focus this back on. So this agenda item was talking about a scope of services, and there were some examples of RFPs and RFQs of what you envision the process could be and what could potentially be consultant services or staff run. There was one example of a part-time staff position. There was a reference earlier to Stuart Sagamore, I can't say it, Sagamore?
Sagamore.
I was going to say Sagamore, but that's the bridge. But, he had identified that we're different than a lot of these communities in that we have a substantially amount more funding per year for community preservation. And so he thought it was a no-brainer that there would be consulting services at the beginning of the process. So I just wanted to make sure I conveyed that. But two, the position, the hiring of a position that is a community preservation, so a preservation type of person, whether it's planning or about managing projects, it's going to take a while as well to go through that process and to think about that. So it seems that, you know, you definitely are talking about this quite a bit, and I think that's great. I think you should be looking at these examples and thinking about what the scope of services are for, you know, like do you know, from the Hanson level of here's the bare bones, and we're just looking for, and just get the consultant on, because they're the ones who will provide you with content and feedback about what the process is. If you're doing a request for qualifications, or are you going to get down to this is what we're prescribing we want specifically, and we want the consultant to do it all. And I have a feeling based on this conversation that that would be a lot harder than having a consultant tell you what they can do and what they think is best for this community. Mm-hmm. But I go all over the place, but I just feel like, you know, you guys are, you're talking, so you're talking about a position to support you and to support the process and to support the consultant, right? Consultants require a lot of guidance and management as well. So some of these consultancies have planning staff are doing, you know, you're doing almost as much work, but you're not doing all the writing and stuff. So either way, it's, you're looking at these two different options, and you need to come to some kind of conclusion at some point about the direction you're going to go, and then provide guidance. And then we as the town staff can help you once you give us some guidance on, if you think a scope of work is, you like one of these, and we can just
tweak it,
start it, then you can start working on that. But if we're talking, I mean, you guys have been talking about all kinds of stuff, so if you keep talking about that but not start focusing on what the next steps are, we're going to be at the next meeting, in the next meeting, you know. So both for the position, and if you want, if you think there should be a position, then that's great. You can say that. You can, and then you can start talking about what the steps will be to do that. If you want me to provide, you know, request information from Gail Shattuck, or like look at different job descriptions from other communities and provide that to us so we can talk to the union about it, or what, you know, whatever you want to do, we're here to help you, but we do need guidance.
I get it, Gideon, but we are all, you know, this is the first time we're meeting, and we're still missing one of our participants, one of our members. So it's very hard, I think, to just plow right ahead. I think we all need to read the materials that were sent out and now have been handed out. I think we need to go back to the coalition website, because there are additional descriptions there. And I think, you know, we can either compile information together that we can put as a memo, but I will tell you honestly, my position, and we could take a vote on this if we want to talk votes about what we want to do, is we hire a consultant and figure out the scope of work, and we also draw up a job description for a permanent position, a half-time position of a person that will assist this committee. That would be the way that I would go to be as effective as possible, also accounting for what Maria says is it can take a while to get somebody hired. But I think this is big money. There's a lot of detail work. There's procurement. There's site visits. There's all kinds of things that this person would be involved with. So my feeling is let's move on 2 tracks to figure out what we want in both. That's what I would go for.
I have a question. Gideon, it may involve your answering this. If, say, there were 2 consultants that we wanted to come in and just talk to us,
If you could get those consultants to come in to talk, you
answer
could-
some of our questions,
you could-
because I feel like I don't know what I don't know.
But I think that you certainly can do that, or you can try to.
Try.
But
Yeah,
I
that's a
don't.
big ask.
That's a huge ask. That's, and
It's
and
like
I'm
a
not
night, a
sure-
night meeting, they work
I'm not
during
sure what the
day.
point of it is. You know, like,
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask us, or or you can just go and talk to different people about it, but I'm not, like, what would be the point of talking to, there's not a lot of consultants that do this specific type of work, but you're also, I mean, there's public process consultants. So like, we have one who works for us when we're doing public process, and they do the minutes, they keep they create websites, they do all this stuff for all kinds of, they work with engineers and planners, and so they're a sub-consultant. So if you have a need for some things, there's a lot of like 1 or 2 person shops that partner with other shops in
I
the
was thinking-
state. So
I was thinking more of an overview person, someone who could, or a couple of people who could answer some questions about, well, what are the pros and cons of this?
What's your question?
Yeah, what are the
What are the
questions?
pros and cons of this versus this? What, in your
No,
experience?
what's this and
What's this and that? That's what we're not understanding,
So
Susan.
if you have those questions, it would be more likely that I could ask people in the profession those questions.
My suggestion would be to have Stuart draft up your questions, ask Stuart,
That's a good idea.
because he's the one that would say, but give you some guidance, because that's our person.
But he also, I mean, he doesn't want to have every individual asking a bunch of different
No, I mean,
questions.
as a committee, I was not,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't make that clear. I did not mean for Susan to individually. I meant through the process of us as a committee to collectively ask whatever questions they may be and go
Yep.
through one person to Stuart, whether that be you or Elodia. And what I was gonna say is that, given the amount of money in our coffers, and given that both of those things are gonna take time, to spend 20,000, even if it's 30, 40, it's kind of small money compared to just getting it going, but we probably do need to just make a decision. Do we want to do a plan, or, try to do it in-house? But if we try to do it in-house, it's probably going to take almost as long, because the procurement to get a staff person is going to take almost as much time, I'm thinking, Mark.
Or
So
it could take longer depending.
it could take longer. So for those reasons, I would be persuaded to go the CPC process with a set timeline strictly written into the proposal guidelines that we agree upon, how many public meetings there are. That always drags out the process, and tight deadlines on when we comment back. That always elongates the process, because the comments just take time, and we get busy, people get busy. So That would be, so I think doing a duality process you suggested, I'd be perfectly happy to agree with that motion, or
It's,
however. Unless we want to wait till
Well,
Jonathan.
John is not here. I have a it's 8:25, and I know we like to be out of here by 9. I would suggest that we all dig back into these materials a little bit, and also on the coalition site, and you can see the kind of positions that are available, and as I get others, I can forward them to everyone, so you can compare these half-time positions. Some are very administrative and not the meat and potatoes that I think we're going to need, given staffing issues. But I think if we would look at those things and then look at this consulting request for, I have to go back, invitation for bid, if there's one that strikes you, or key things that strike you, how about sending that to me and I can start compiling a list of those things? Because that way we could be working, just send it to me as I develop the list. I can send it back and you can see yes or no. Is that a possibility?
Another possibility, so, I do have other staff in our department they've also said that they were available for me. So if you wanted to, we could take the scopes of all of these and merge them together so that it's like a box and you can start crossing out the things you don't want and adding the things you want. So this is like, I was worried this was too many pages because there's a lot of extra stuff, but it's like, if you want to start focusing on the things you want.
Which specifically are you talking about?
Like
The
there's
CP,
three-
the proposals for plans, or
Yeah.
the staffing?
Staff too. Like,
But that there's too much information you gave us?
well, there's all the words of, say, a RFP that you don't need.
Right.
It's really about the scope. I mean, this is.
Scope of work.
So, Jason works in consulting, you really need to see the scope. The scope is the key part of it, right? So that's what you're really focused on. The rest of it is done by the town once you move it forward. Rating
I think that's a
finalizes
great
that.
idea, Gideon, because if you could put that list together and we could prioritize the list of what are the key things that people think are the most important, that we could start to cull. And, do we want 2 public meetings, given this is Watertown? And we can also bring our added value to this process, but to feed and support this consulting service if this is the way we're going to go.
And we have some ideas that we've observed through different public processes, so I would suggest that the meeting is the most antiquated of the methods for collecting information, and we have some other
What's the most antiquated way?
public meetings.
Oh,
I just saw a great survey that was done that was put out to the community of Newton, and they had basically 8 questions of sending them out to the community. How do you rate what you're most concerned about for your town? And boom, 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 and it took all of 5 minutes.
so you gotta write that in the scope, though,
Right,
those
that's-
kind of special things.
We can almost do that ourselves, quite frankly, if we wanted to do a communication with our town. So, we could have the consultant do it, but it's not that complicated. It's very simple questions. So
We need good staff to help with that.
Gideon said they'll help with some things, but, I've done a lot of questionnaires.
I was volunteering us to help you get the scope, so you
The
have a
scope
good
is,
consultant.
yes, the scope is critical. But I'm circling back to Mark's issue about the letter, because for me, I think we should be thinking out, when do we want to introduce what we're doing to this community? And do we want to set up some steps then set up another kind of way of talking to the community about what we're doing, how we're progressing, that kind of thing. A consultant might say you should have a Facebook page. A consultant might say you might want to do this. I've been reading tons of stuff, but I think the most critical thing right now is to get the scope down for the consultant and decide, are we going to hire a part-time person? And if so, what are our expectations for that position? Parallel process.
You guys, you have a whole group here, so
Dennis, go ahead.
I have a question.
Oh, Bob.
Gideon, if we give you information, like you said, from these 3,
yeah.
can you get us something for the next meeting? So that we can have something, a request or an invitation to bid or whatever we're gonna call this.
We just, our department creates RFPs or whatever you want to call them now.
Right.
If they're not under 50,000. We're doing it for the parking management plan right now. So Laura Weiner, Andrea Adams, me, we're available to help you with that stuff, this administrative component of, so if
It's an invitation for
We
bid.
we could create a draft right now that we just went out and took whatever information based on what we think is a good scope for you. And then you can review that. Or we can put the kitchen sink, everything in there, like, and then you can start crossing out. I mean, we'd probably do that anyway. So that's what if you tell us to do that, that's what I'll do for the next meeting. I'm hoping to do for the next meeting.
Or before the next meeting.
Yeah, I mean, the goal would be
Going on
to,
vacation?
I'd like to, yeah.
Okay, Dennis, did you have a comment that you wanted to make? Because I
I just wanted to say I'm very sensitive to what Jason and Maria said at the time. However, and I'm very sensitive because I served 11 years on a committee in this town before the project was completed. And that's a long time. It's just like this committee, no pay. Luckily, many people are enthusiastic. The committee I served on, we were hated. But, so I am sensitive to that. But I'm wondering, Gideon, if most communities, when they started, how long did it take them to actually get in something? Or I know Lexington was over a year.
I haven't done a survey of all of them, but some communities are up and running very quickly. I mean, Boston was ready before they even had funds, so they had already created a department.
Yeah, but they have the BRA, we don't have
Right.
the WRA.
So I mean,
That was
I
the
think that
committee
really-
I was on.
It's not, and Stuart said it, it's not unusual to have it stay.
2 to 3
last
years.
2 to 3 years.
Before
So-
they're giving
So
money.
if you end up, worst case, you end up with $6 million in the coffers instead of 4, which is a really nice nest egg, right? So if you don't get done, but there is also you do have to create a communication program for the public so they understand why there's a delay then, because everybody is curious about it, right? Or not everybody is, but, so I think that the longer you take, I think then you need either staff or consulting services or someone to come up with this messaging, and it's part of that. It's like, it's part of the strategy. We're so excited, we're doing this work, we're
Correct.
really getting ready, we're doing everything right, and it's taking us this amount of time, and here's our schedule, and you have it on your website, and that's why it's nice. So the long, it's just nice, it's nice for people to know what's going on. And right now, there's not a lot of that information yet, so trying to draw into the letter, right?
Thank you.
And in the future, communication too, so.
Any other comments on this? So shall we ask Gideon to put these two things together, beginning to put a job description together for a staff person, and this information together for a invitation for bid? And I'd rather have you throw a little bit more in the kitchen sink in that invitation for bid that we can look at, and we can, in the meantime, we can look at some of these other documents to become more familiar with the tasks of a consulting firm versus a staff person, because if you start digging, you see big differences for staff people.
I'm confused. Do you have enough guidance to do what she's asking?
I was actually going to ask about the job. I feel pretty confident with the scope. There's the scope, there's creating a plan, and then there's creating the process. That's all the examples, that's what you pay a consultant to do.
For the CPC plan you're talking about?
Yeah, so you create the plan, and then you create the process.
Yep.
And so you either have a consultant do that, or you have staff that does it. They can do all of it, either of them, but, so it's a good
But
exercise.
shouldn't we give him like which one we like best, Medford or
Well, I think
Hanson
what I'm
or-
going to do is merge.
Compilation.
Merge them.
Merge them.
I'm just going to put the more, I'm going to throw out ideas. So, and also from my experience as a person who manages processes, I'll throw out the things like the online presence, or, the website that actually has people's comments and responses to emails, or, like these different things of the public process. And we also know, the various boards too, so it's like, we can talk about that. But, so I have guidance on the scope. As far as the job description goes, I would like a little more guidance on that if we're starting to line out the qualifications, or, so like the Medford job description, sorry, Elodia, I don't want to call, but
I
Oh,
really,
I'm sorry, I couldn't see, Mark.
setup
I
is
hate
really
this
hard.
setup is awful, I apologize.
I really do like the Medford job description. I think that's got a lot of the things that we'll need in there, and I think it's quite thorough. There are a couple of questions I have about it.
So-
Whether it should report to the treasurer, well, I know, we don't really have a treasurer's office, but it should
Oh, yeah, well,
report the
the reporting and all the.
planning office.
Yeah, all those things would have to be modified.
Yeah.
I guess, so that if you have a single something to work off of, then it's a lot easier to edit it and
Yeah.
add on or remove or create clarifications on. So also with Medford, I have a feeling I could convince her to come here and talk to us because
She's
Danielle
not
Evans.
able to do that right now
No.
because she tore her ACL. I
Yes,
spoke with
she's at home. Yeah.
Danielle today. She's terrific.
But so she's one staff person who we might be able to convince to come sometime,
would be nice.
but not for
Not
quite a
soon.
while.
Not right away.
We need to get going. She works 20 hours a week for Medford.
Yeah.
So that's what she does, and she's really terrific. So I think I can pull some other job descriptions as well, Gideon, and I can help you, that we can kind of pull this together and give everybody something to review. But
The
I agree
Somerville
with
job-
Mark, I thought it was a tight job description, Mark.
The
Yeah,
Somerville
and I
job
point out that in fact, it does, as one of the essential functions, ask that person to assist in preparation of a community preservation plan and annual updates.
Annual update, she did not write the plan. They had somebody else write the plan. The
Yeah,
person
assist-
who
Well,
wrote,
but assist in preparation of community preservation plan. So,
basically managing processes.
yeah.
Didn't see that.
he didn't send this one out, it's essentially the same thing. I'll give you a copy. I'll send you
There
a
was
copy.
also, like, Somerville has a full-time job description that is online. And there's multiple other ones, but this one seems to, it was classified, it was organized in an easy way to understand, and
Yeah.
they all seem, they're either professional or they're clerical, basically.
And I believe we need a professional in this job, not a clerical person, so
Well,
that's what I.
that's what this suggests, I think.
Pardon me, Mark?
That's what the Medford one seems to be. is a
Yes, because
professional.
other job description were very clerical, but that's when you have other support staff. We don't have that, so we are, I think we want that, so
So I
we're
think.
settled on that.
Yeah, so we'll, it sounds like actually the Medford
Do we need to make a
document
motion?
can just be used as the starting point to edit. So that's done. See, I
right.
told you I can get it done.
So Dennis is telling me that I need to make a motion, so,
I'll make the motion that we instruct Gideon to,
You can't instruct me.
I've learned that over the years. We asked Gideon to evolve job descriptions and/or plans,
No,
And-
proposal.
both,
proposals,
yeah.
including the kitchen sink, by the next meeting.
I'll second it
Before the
without
next-
the whole kitchen sink in there.
I'll change that, if I may, to have him have the motion before the next meeting, so we can review his work before we come to our next meeting, so we may more or less be prepared to discuss and move on.
So the second one is the scope of work for the community preservation plan.
Yes.
Scope of work for the community preservation plan, potential job description for staff member. Great, professional staff member.
I mean, is
Do we
that
need a second?
doable? Is that
We should do
doable? Is it doable in 3 weeks? Okay.
Thank you. And we have to have it all in favor. I'm getting that.
Aye.
All opposed?
Hearing none.
Great. Thank you. I'm so happy we got through this. Did anybody from any of the boards or committees want to give an update? Either Alan, Susan, Jason, Bob? I just thought I would include this. Sometimes you may, sometimes you may not.
I think the planning board, the way it's organized, just hearing petitions and not necessarily kind of like promoting or promulgating anything. Not necessarily the kind of place or the forum for
Okay.
promoting this, so no.
Okay.
No.
And if, I just put this on here, Susan or Alan?
One of the things
Maria?
I want to talk about, which we did not talk about at our last historical meeting, is to what degree do we want to pull, to what extent, how much of a historical plan do we want to put together? Because that is something that is considered part of the responsibility of the Historical Commission. So we'll be discussing that, I
Great.
hope, at the next meeting.
That would be great. Alan, any updates or anything you
Well,
want to add?
from the housing point of view, there's always a need, obviously, for more housing. We need more low-income housing, there's always a need for affordable housing. There are people in the field that specialize in that type of situation that we may be able to ask to come before us and you know, give us a briefing on the affordable housing outlook.
Terrific.
We could look into that at a future meeting.
Thank you. Maria?
I didn't know what that meant on this agenda item.
Well, I just thought you all represent a commission or an authority, and I just might want to have your 2 minutes of notoriety at our meeting.
So, I mean, so basically, I was encouraging each commission committee to have it on their agenda as well, so that there's cross-communication going back and forth. So if there's anything you felt came out of or is going on in the Conservation Commission, so like DCR partnerships that came out of the last, I happened to be at the last conservation. Like,
DCR
you
partnership?
know, like, oh, you, yeah, you
I was there, what do you?
know, like they were talking about reaching out to DCR or stuff
Oh,
like that. But I don't know,
yeah,
just so they
that's
know
true.
what's going on.
That's true, yeah. We talked a fair bit at the last meeting about parks that are, DCR parkland that is fallen into disrepair. And how might we engage the Department of Conservation and Recreation to either partner with them, or what can we do to further improve those parklands that are neglected. I mean, there's one in particular that it's Kanalonga Park. It's right next to the
Skating rink.
skating rink. Yeah, I was going to say the Etna Bridge building, but it's not right there. But anyway, it's by the skating rink and such. So it's you know, there's been some homeless encampments there and such. So so there's a discussion about reaching out to DCR. Also, we learned at the last meeting, to my pleasant surprise, that the town staff did manage to do the municipal vulnerability climate change grant. So we, members of our commission, in particular Jamie, had been pressing for this grant to be applied for, and due to, you know, you guys are very short-staffed, I mean, but anyway, they were able to apply and get that grant, which is great, because we're one of I mean, there's a lot of communities that haven't applied for it, but there's not many in this area, this immediate area. Many of them have applied and are already starting to think about climate adaptation. So the first step of that process is gonna happen, so that's good news.
So what's exciting about that, did we actually get notice that we received it yet?
I don't know.
So we submitted it, let's just speak.
Right.
And it's the MVP, which is funny, grant. And what's exciting about that is it's actually a public process. So thinking about public process, as a planner, I'm always thinking about how you can integrate various public processes. So you can talk about, you know, you can get experience and learn about things that are happening along the river and about the vulnerabilities in Watertown through that process in the community for this effort as well. So.
We have a lot to learn. We're crawling.
Yeah, so stay tuned on that
Okay.
MVP,
Thank
Municipal
you, Marie.
Vulnerability Plan, I think is what, or preparedness, yep. And then there's a whole bunch more acronyms
Excuse
that
me.
will
Do that
forthcome.
for me.
Or prepare.
Jason has something he'd like to add?
So actually, maybe just a question for Gideon, because I realized after I said that, I'd be curious to know if you think that the planning board has a sort of a proactive role to get involved or sort of cross-pollinate with the CPC, or whether you agree that it's like we're such a kind of a review reactive board that we don't
Yeah,
it may not be appropriate. I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
I mean, I was just talking about this. So the planning board has the ability to add other agenda items. We sometimes add agenda items to provide updates for different things. During the comprehensive plan process, the planning board had meetings. During the economic development plan, they had joint meetings with the economic development and planning subcommittee of the town council, and those were heavily, they were public, lots of different people from the public were in those meetings, and they were public dialogues. And so the planning board has a lot of capabilities. Lately, it's been a review board for the, or approval board for projects.
Right.
But when you have things going on, it morphs into that, more of that planning side of the planning board rather than the decision-making permit granting authority. The planning board also has the ability to suggest zoning amendments, and they can, request that or add that to the agenda to have discussions. So you could request to staff that, or to the chair, that there be a item that's the community preservation related topic. And so that would provide a dialogue. And it's also, it's filmed live. There's a lot of people that watch it. And so it can be a very good place to share briefly information about other efforts in town, so.
Well, then, that being said, I don't know if this is the appropriate time to ask you if that might be placed on the next
Yeah,
agenda, or if I
already
ask
thought of that.
Jeff, or,
Yeah, I'll remind me too if I forget, but.
yeah,
You're talking about the planning board agenda.
right. Yeah, the planning board agenda.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
Very
just
good,
so
Jason.
we kind of, again, just kind of promote what we're doing across all these different boards. And I guess, I mean, I've only been on it a year, and you're right, I've never seen anything on the agenda other than petitions
Yeah.
and meeting minute approvals.
And zoning amendments.
Well, yeah, it was similar with the zoning, and zoning amendments, yes, right.
Talk to you after the meeting. I have something to suggest.
Okay.
Any other
I think, I'd like to
Susan?
actually clarify one thing, because I
Okay.
was a little vague.
Okay.
But one of the things that the Historical Commission is going to need to do, and it would be part of, I don't think it needs to be a big plan that we put together, but
Susan's makeup? She's
there are no guidelines in the,
You're very soft-spoken.
You are very
It's
soft-spoken,
important that
Susan.
it's as
Oh, my
close as
goodness.
possible to
All
your
right.
mouth.
Thank you, Maria.
That's very nice.
so the guidelines say that any building on the National Register qualifies for CPC funds, but that also the commission can make a determination about what kind of criteria should be considered within the town for properties that are of historic value but are not on the historic register.
You need criteria, the local commission can deem that a property has historical significance at the local level, which
Yeah.
they do, but they were I wasn't at that meeting, but you were discussing the, potentially creating some criteria so that it's not just any random property wants to be, that's, because
Yeah, it would.
80% of the housing stock, for instance, in Watertown is considered
Potentially historic or
historical because it's over a certain age. But the criteria that they already have in place is pretty good for
Yeah,
identifying which.
it includes, I'm just going to read here, the integrity of the property's integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, distinctive characteristics are some of the things that would come under consideration.
But what's different is documents or other things. So it would be helpful for you and for the Historical Commission to really talk about historical preservation and for the Historical Commission, because if something isn't designated by them, it appears that it doesn't qualify. You wouldn't be able to approve something
Right.
here.
Exactly.
Right.
No,
So
they're
it's something
very-
that she's bringing back to them, and that they've started that conversation, and I'm sure there's, further work that
Right.
needs to be done.
I will, Newton has a great sheet that they've done, and it goes into detail more about the categories that can be funded that they did. I will send that out to everyone because it really helped me, and this conference also helped. And then I'm not trying to overload people, but the Department of Revenue has new standards as well as what they will accept or not. There's several court cases going on with regard to churches and clocks in churches and town halls, so this is all getting kind of sticky. But, I will send this Newton thing, because it's a 2-pager, it's really, 1 page really, it's really easy to read, and it helps us start to absorb this information. I added this also onto the agenda. Any comments from the community? I'm not really very formal, as you all can see, if somebody has something to say, but I just didn't know if anybody had anything else to add. No? So I would say for our next agenda, we're going to be taking up these job description issues and the scope of work issue. Is there anything else somebody would like me to think about for the next agenda? We didn't get to this letter.
Rules and regulations.
Dennis is whispering in my ear, rules and regulations. We had some talk of that. Is that something that you might want to take on? I have some rough drafts of things, Dennis, and I know that, Alan, I'm looking at you, because you're pretty good at this stuff with all the boards you've sat on. I could send you some things, and could you and Dennis maybe get together, just maybe do a rough draft or think about what might be important for us?
I gave I sent out that
Housing authority.
Watertown Housing
Partnership.
which is a really good base because it actually references our codes, which is nice. So it's a good place to start, but it's not about this committee, so.
Right, but I have East Hampton and I have another city, so I can put that together. I can send it to everyone, but unless we want to have lots of committee meetings, it helps to have 2 people that start working on something to present.
And one other point is that the actual ordinance that was approved for this has very specific things
Yes.
in it as well. So
Yes.
it's a really great start.
Just to start, that would be great. Is that all right, Alan?
Sure.
Okay, thank you very, very much. So, and I don't know how far you'll get, but even if you're kind of bring questions back to the next committee meeting to say, these are the things you're thinking about, I'm not expecting it would have to be done, but that might be great. Anything else that anybody's thinking of for the agenda right now, for the next meeting?
Well, that letter that we really didn't
The
recommend.
letter, we have several versions.
I just say, maybe put it on the agenda. We don't need to discuss it.
Okay, and I just quickly skimmed a rewrite that Mark did, which I really liked a lot with what he added. And given how much I've looked at this letter, I could easily go with that, but I'll put the letter on the agenda. So those will be the really 3 key things we'll cover.
Mark, can you send that letter to me?
Sure.
So that I can send it electronically to everybody?
Yep.
Yes, because you have my version. You tonight got a red line version from John Bakke. And Dennis, did you want to add your rewrite in as well? Sure. Okay, would you
Can I
send
just
that
have
to Gideon then?
Can I just have a clarification? The one that says challenges and opportunities,
Yes.
is that yours or is that Mark's?
No, the original letter begins that I wrote, it was only a matter of time that due to Watertown's unique location, that is the letter that was,
start with the same header because it's
Yeah.
the same header.
Okay.
Jonathan
That's-
Bachkian's track changes
Yeah,
on
that
it.
I could
And so that's
easily see.
that's Elodia's document with Jonathan Bachkian's track changes. Mark's is a rewrite, so he
Okay.
rewrote it in a different,
he just changed some of my paragraph, but I like what he did, and I liked the section that he added, I thought was really great,
and the
so.
font.
Maybe
The
a
font
little
is nice,
unrealistic.
right?
Okay, all right, I just was.
Maybe a little unrealistic.
Well, let's talk about it, but I like it, Mark. I don't see, well, let's talk about it at the next meeting. I really like what you did, and I think our writing style is similar. It's crisp, so. And then we have Dennis's letter. Would you send that to Gideon as well? So you'll have 4 letters to read, and we'll talk about that.
Yep,
So,
yep.
thank you
Let's
so
be-
much.
be-
Sorry, Mark.
Before we do that, the letter is destined to go on a future website. It's destined to be sent anonymously throughout the mail. How is that supposed to be distributed?
This is something we would talk about if we could agree to. Number 1, it could go out in the town manager's quarterly tax bill as a notice to the community. It can go to Charlie Watertown News. It can go on Nextdoor Watertown. It can be sent out to all your personal email lists. Mine is about 700. It could be posted on various Facebook sites. That's about all we have. We don't have any money right now until July 1st. We could hold off and say we want to send this as a letter to the entire community or as a really cool postcard. That's another way we could do it. an oversized postcard. There are different things. I just wanted us to start thinking about how we want to frame things to the community, and this was kind of a first step about the challenges and opportunities we have with the CPA funding. So that was my intention.
Could we talk about the outlets at the next meeting?
Absolutely. The potential outlets for the letter, that's what Marie is asking for at the next meeting. That's a great idea, Marie. So does that help?
Yeah.
Terrific. Anything else? Do you want to move to adjourn?
I move we adjourn.
I second.
And I can't
Aye.
believe this.
Aye. All in favor, aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. 8:55.
Well done, good time.